No
I was
spiders.
informed this is the only spider, so just sorry to point it out. I'm so sorry. I could stay here the whole time and turn.
Yeah.
Well, ooh, yes.
What, that cover up my spider? No, that's not going to happen.
Okay, well.
Okay, I'll charge in. All right. Okay, well, hello everyone. It's good to be back at Skepticon. I've missed every single one of you, even the ones who were never here before. So this is very pleasant to be here. So in case you don't know who I am or you forgot who I am, the name is P.Z. Myers. Yeah, you can just call me P.Z. I am a professor at the University of Minnesota Morris, a small liberal arts institution that's built on the lands of the Dakota, the Lakota, and the Anishinaabe people. So that's where I'm coming from. I'm very much interested in things like public education. My specialties are genetics and cell biology and developmental biology. So that's often what I come here and bore people with. So if you're very tired from partying last night, this is your opportunity to catch up on your sleep a little bit. Okay, so when I was contacted by Lauren about this and she asked for a title, I came up with this one, The Wonderful Fuzziness of Genes, How They Do and Don't Define You and Your Family. Notice I squeezed in the theme of the conference, so we're talking about family. And I did this like a month before I actually sat down and wrote the talk. And a month means I had time to get angry. So this is such a nice title, so friendly, and yet what really concerns me is this kind of thing. So here we are, we're living in the United States of America, which turns out to be a Nazi hotbed. We've got all kinds of racism going on all over the place, just racists coming out of the woodwork everywhere. You know, this is what ought to get you upset, not an occasional picture of spiders, right? Because this is worse than spiders. This is horrible stuff, and it's something I worry about a lot. One reason I worry about it a lot is a lot of these people use really bad genetics to justify what they're doing. I mean, terrible genetics. And part of it is a problem with how we teach genetics. Yeah, what I do for a living. So I take it kind of personally that they're doing this sort of thing. So one question I have, though, is how did we get here from here? Right? Because this is, of course, Gregor Mendel. He seems to have been generally a nice guy, despite being a Roman Catholic priest. Okay, we'll excuse that. But he was properly ambitious. He had degrees in engineering and mathematics. He used it to teach physics and math to students at the Catholic school at the monastery where he worked. And for a sideline, he did a few experiments, a few simple experiments. In the 1860s, he sat down and he did a number of crosses with pea plants, which you've all heard about, right? Has everybody heard about? Yeah, the Mendel's pea plants and all this kind of stuff. It's good work. It was revolutionary work at the time, but it was not appreciated during his lifetime. So he published one paper, that's it up there, that's Research in Plant Hybrids, and he published it in a small journal, small European journal, and it didn't go anywhere. Nobody paid attention to it. Hardly anybody cited it. It was kind of lost to the world, as many scientific papers are that get published in small, obscure journals. He wasn't the kind of guy Charles Darwin was. Darwin was constantly corresponding with scientists all around the world and talking about his work and going, and he didn't go to meetings, he had proxies who go to meetings and talk about these things for him. Not Mendel. He was busy. He was going to become the abbot of his monastery. He's doing all this teaching work there. I imagine he's doing various Catholic sorts of things, whatever those are, I don't know. But he did try. He corresponded with this guy called Carl Nageli. Nageli was probably the top man in Europe at that time studying the ideas of inheritance. He didn't come up with anything quite as revolutionary as Mendel did. Mendel sent him his paper, and Nageli responded by saying, this isn't so good. This is kind of boring. Why are you working on pea plants? Why don't you switch to something more interesting like hawkweed? Hawkweed, it turns out, has remarkably complicated genetics. So that was bad advice. And so it just kind of died. Nobody paid any attention to the paper. And then the paper just sort of faded away until 1900. Just sitting in obscure libraries and obscure journals, nobody reading it. I want to tell you, if you do read it, it will put you to sleep because it's all statistics. It's all tables and tables of numbers. And here's all these hundreds of experiments, these crosses I did. Here's all these results. It's like counting sheep, only you're counting pea plants. Okay, so it's just kind of lingering there. Now, before I go on, though, I want to emphasize something really important, and that is I've read what little we can find about Mendel's published work. I've read his paper. I've read some of his correspondence. There's nothing racist in any of it. I don't know. Maybe he was, closet racist, but no, it didn't come out in public. He seems to have been a fairly well-rounded sort of guy who didn't go in for any of this. So let me say, even though I'm going to be talking about how Mendel's work is going to get abused, Mendel himself is not a bad guy. Doesn't seem to be a racist bone visible in his body. And Mendelian genetics did not conjure racism out of nothing. Racism was there before Mendel, long before. And he predicted that his time will come, but it's not going to come yet. We're going to have to talk a little bit about racism as an Enlightenment value. Yeah, we've been through this, all of us atheists. There was a long period when everyone was saying, oh yeah, the Enlightenment was wonderful. This is what we ought to sponsor as more of the Enlightenment. But when you get right down to it, there was a lot of crap, poisonous crap in the Enlightenment. So this is just a short, partial list, a tiny subset of the people long before Mendel who were proposing these ideas. So like Robert Boyle, Boyle's law? Yeah, okay. Yeah, so famous chemist, famous scientist in a lot of fields. Robert Boyle, back then in the 17th century, he suggested that all races descended from Adam and Eve. That's nice. Common origin for all the races of man on planet Earth. Yeah, he'd fit right in with answers in Genesis on that. But part of his argument was that Adam and Eve were white. They were definitely white. That Europeans were better because, as I quote here, they possessed stature, comely symmetry of parts of the body, and good features in the face, unlike all those other races, of course. So this was a pretty common sort of sentiment. We're talking about the Enlightenment. It's the rise of the colonial period. Europeans are finally waking up. They're getting woke and looking out and seeing all these other places, and they are unable to resist the temptation to call themselves so much better than those. Then, of course, there's Carl Linnaeus, father of taxonomy. And one of the things he did is he characterized humanity as belonging to 5 separate races. One of the peculiar thing about this period, if you talk to about the various racists who were promoting these ideas, none of them had the same number of races. So Linnaeus said there were 5. Americanus, Europeanus, Asiaticus, and Africanus. And also he threw in the fifth one, Monstrosus, which is kind of a grab bag of giants and pygmies and people with one eye in the middle of their forehead and a lot of things that he'd never seen. So we're already subdividing the race, even from a guy who knew nothing about these other races. I have to mention Thomas Jefferson. Yes, while he was not writing the Declaration of Independence or not raping his black slaves, he had distinct ideas about the different races. So he said the blacks, whether originally a distinct race or made distinct by time and circumstances, are inferior to the whites in the endowment of both body and mind. Yeah, that's one of our founding fathers. And this was a pretty common sentiment then. Cuvier, yeah, another famous scientist from the 18th century. He says the features of the Negro race are approximated to the monkey, the tribe, the hordes of which it consists have always remained in the most complete state of barbarism. And then I also got to mention Arthur de Gobineau. He's particularly infamous now. He was a favorite of a certain man who ran the country of Germany for a short while. He claimed that there were three races, white, brown, and yellow. And he invented the term Aryan, which we've heard before in unpleasant contexts. And he says a white race originally possessed the monopoly of beauty, intelligence, and strength. Yeah, this is ugly stuff. All of this is before Mendel. So I'm just telling you this so that you don't tar Mendel with this kind of poisonous, nasty stuff. He was not responsible for this. He did not promote this. Okay. But Mendel still, 1865, he does these experiments, he publishes, they disappear, but then they get rediscovered in 1900. It's often considered kind of miraculous that a number of people, at least these are three of the most prominent who rediscovered it, went back and cited Mendel's paper, quoted it in meetings and so forth. It's actually because at the time of Mendel, remember I mentioned Carl Nageli and he's talking to him? Lots of people were working on the problem of inheritance and genetics. That in particular, for instance, at this time, we had all these amazing results from microscopy, histology, cell biology. We knew about chromosomes. People are watching chromosomes wiggle around in the nucleus and they think, hey, you know, those things, they probably had something to do with inheritance. We don't quite have a sharp idea yet, but it seems like there is something getting sorted out in the cell at cell division. And so when they found Mendel, they said, hey, this is perfect, because Mendel described things like, hey, there's pairs of factors, and they sort out somehow prior to fertilization, and they recombine, and you get new combinations by random chance, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It all sounds to fit their experimental models. So they rediscovered this stuff. So in 1900 is the big year. It's like, boom, everyone is talking about Mendel all of a sudden and about these dramatic results. Now, before I go on, I've got to tell you, you know how science works? People argue all the time. You don't think that they rediscovered Mendel and everyone said, oh, okay, well, that problem's done. We figured it all out. We've solved. No, they fought back and forth over this. There were a lot of people who detested Mendel's work. I got to mention a few of these. Oh, I also mentioned this was all too late. This was all rediscovered 16 years after Mendel had died. So he kind of predicted they'd come around, but too late to do any good for his reputation at that time. Okay, so the people who are fighting against this, there's a category of scientists, they called themselves the biometricians. And what biometrics is just the careful measurement of the parameters of the organism. They also were doing all kinds of statistics. These people were famous for developing statistical techniques. So among these people is, there's well, he called himself Raphael. Raphael Weldon was probably the leader of this bunch. He is unfortunately going to die in the middle of the conflict at a young age, so he's going to drop out, but he's inspiring a lot of people to do this stuff. He's also a follower of Francis Galton, and I will save my venom for a while, but Galton is one of those people I really could not stand, a horrible, horrible person. But he made serious contributions to statistics and the study of biology. Got to give him credit for that. Carl Pearson, any statisticians here? You've heard of Pearson? Yes, Pearson's correlation coefficient, for instance. There's a lot of things. Pearson was a mathematician who contributed to a lot of statistical thought and a lot of statistical tools, so very important guy there. And then Ronald Fisher. R.A. Fisher was an important contributor to population genetics. He's indispensable to that particular discipline, so really important guy. Curious thing about these people, Francis Galton is the guy who invented eugenics. Carl Pearson had a number of things to say. So he said, for instance, that white people were superior to others. He was kind of an important leader of white nationalism at the time. And Ronald Fisher, well, Ronald Fisher would go on to be a Nazi sympathizer in World War II. So yeah, you can see the kind of people we're talking about here. Weldon, not so bad, but he did favor eugenics. So yeah, this is a little collection of deplorables. Interestingly, those ones on the right, they've been in the news in the last few years because various colleges in England who had named departments after them or put up monuments to them were really, this guy's not exactly the one we want to honor. So there's been a whole bunch of cancel culture going on where people have been removing their names from various buildings. So yeah, that's kind of a deplorable thing there. But I want to emphasize that they had some really bad ideas, but they also had some really good ideas. And those good ideas have lived on. Unfortunately, the bad ideas also seem to be thriving. But yeah, don't just throw everyone out because they had a few terrible, terrible ideas. Throw out their terrible ideas and think about the good stuff. Okay, so the biometricians are sitting there, and they're saying, no, it can't be Mendel. Mendel's wrong. They're disagreeing with Mendel all over the place. This is going to last about a decade before they wise up. There was also some defenders. So here's William Bateson. William Bateson, I really like William Bateson. Okay, among other things, he did a lot of work on early phenotypes. He looked at things like homeotic mutations, so how one part of a fly gets transformed into a different part. And so he's laying the groundwork for a lot of later evo-devo work. But he's also promoting Mendel's ideas. So he's gung-ho for Mendel. I throw in a couple of other, there are a lot of people who are defending Mendel at this time. I just mentioned a few. One is Edith Saunders, because I'm sorry, if you go back to the beginning of the 20th century, and yes, who's doing all the cool biology? Nobody ever mentions the women. So in genetics, there were a huge number of women who were making very significant contributions to the field. Edith Saunders was just one of them. She was a botanist, but also very strongly pro-Mendelian. She was seeing this in her own work, the kinds of Mendelian results that Mendel reported. And then I also had to throw in Thomas Hunt Morgan, because otherwise this is almost exclusively a British party. It's all a big club of British biologists and geneticists doing all this stuff. Thomas Hunt Morgan, of course, is an American. He's best known for his work with fruit flies. But he's going to establish the reality of Mendelian inheritance in his work. So we got all these Mendelians cruising away. So, might ask, what's the deal? What's the difference between these guys besides rejecting Mendel? Well, there's a couple of points made here. One is that the biometricians argue that Mendel couldn't be right because there's this thing called continuous variation. That, for example, if I had everybody in this room stand up and line up, we'd see that there's a range of different heights. It doesn't look Mendelian. It's not like there are short people and there are tall people and there's nobody in between. And the biometricians were rightly pointing out that, hey, you can't describe biology if you just say everything is a discrete binary, right? And the patterns don't seem to follow when you look at the inheritance of various things. The Mendelians, on the other hand, were big about discrete variation, abrupt changes. Bateson, remember, was doing all this work on homeotic mutations, where in a single generation you change a fly's antenna into a leg. So they think, hey, yeah, this fits with Mendel. And he could do crosses with various species and get that same kind of Mendelian result. Get the same results that Mendel saw, not just with pea plants. So another big difference, obviously, is the biometricians rejected Mendel. Their argument was, Mendel is just too simple. This is not how the reality works. So you have to throw him out. The Mendelians, of course, embraced Mendel, and as I'll show you in a moment, they kind of embraced him a little too hard. They were too gung-ho about Mendel. One of the key things they argued about was evolution. So the biometricians claimed the mantle of Darwin because they said all the subtle variations, that fits with Darwinian evolution. Evolution is incremental and gradual. It's not sudden and abrupt. Of course, the Mendelians were then arguing for something called saltation. That is, that evolution proceeded by jumps. They were sometimes called the saltationists. So that's not so great. And finally, the key thing is, how do you approach the science? The biometricians were basically pulling out rulers and tape measures and counting things and doing statistics. So they're doing a descriptive kind of biology where they're looking at the world around them and summarizing the variation that they see. Mendelians, on the other hand, were all about mechanisms. So how do we get these different processes out of cells? You know, what's the mechanism behind it all? And they were talking about nuclei and chromosomes and these concrete things that we could do experiments with. But let me just say, the biometricians weren't, I thought I had one here. No, not. So the biometricians and the Mendelians were fighting with each other, and I would ask you now, but I just flashed the answer to you. Who do you favor? Who do you think was right? Anyone got any opinions on them? Are you awake enough? You're in favor of the Mendelians? Yeah, I asked my wife that last night, and she said the Mendelians too. So, yeah, there's this kind of idea that the Mendelians are going to win, and they sort of did, but it's still not right to think in terms of two camps. This isn't how science works. That what we do in science is we like to pick and choose. Yeah, we're cafeteria geneticists, and we go through these different camps. We say, oh, this one was right, and this one was right, and what we have to do is combine these and come up with a better answer than just all Mendel or all non-Mendelian. So there's going to be a little struggle about this. So let's talk a little bit about these differences and how they were resolved. So we got these two camps. And you're saying, why do I have a picture of a horse there? And I'll explain. So as I said, one of the things the biometricians were into was continuous variation. And for instance, Carl Pearson wrote a really interesting paper that I reread just a little while ago. I think it's from like 1908 or something like that, where he took it as an example, pedigreed horses. If you think about it, that's a great tool for doing genetics because you got this long history, all carefully recorded. There's phenotypes carefully written down. You got the lineage right there. You know who mated with who. It's a big deal. And Carl Pearson went through this, and he said, you know, the rules of coat color don't seem to apply very well. That we're not seeing anything like dominant and recessive coat colors appearing. We're seeing gradations. And sometimes we're getting surprises because we do the cross and hey, you expect these two brown horses to give you a brown horse? And no, they don't. They give you a red-coated horse. So it was much more complicated. And that's good stuff. It's underappreciated now, but I think that's an important thing. The Mendelians, on the other hand, of course, are all going on and on about discrete variations and Mendelian sorts of ideas. And as I'll show you in a little bit, they kind of went overboard. Okay, and I'd actually give both camps a thumbs up on this one. That both are describing important phenomena. Then, of course, there's this business of rejecting Mendel. I'm sorry, biometricians, you lose on that one. You shouldn't just throw out Mendel. Mendel's got a lot of good, interesting concepts that are worth understanding. Mendelians maybe went a little too far. But also, I gotta say, it's never black and white. This is another lesson here, is that when you look carefully at the work of these scientists, they had rather nuanced views. So for instance, this is going to be almost impossible for you to read, but Weldon, for instance, wrote, I think that there must be an element in each gamete corresponding to every quality transmitted by it. Some of these may blend with corresponding elements of the other. Some may exclude corresponding elements of the other. Some may make a patchwork resulting in a particulate, what we might call variegated inheritance. So Weldon is reading, he wrote this in response to reading Mendel's paper the first time. And he's recognizing the important stuff there. That we need to understand that mechanism. And Mendel seems to be the tool to get at it. This next one, the differences in evolution. Oh man, I waffled on this one. I need something that's a cross between an X and a check mark, because both of them got things wrong and both of them got things right. Okay, so yeah, there is definitely incremental evolution going on, but we can also see discrete patterns of inheritance. It's when you look at populations that you really see the patterns emerge in complex, nuanced sorts of ways. When you look at individual cases like model systems, like I work with, it looks a lot more discrete. So it's kind of a toss-up between both of them. And then, of course, hey, statistics matters. It's really important. I tell my students that you're better off taking a year of statistics versus a year of calculus, right? Because in biology, that makes more of a difference. There are exceptions, of course, but generally, statistics is so much more useful for biologists than any of the more advanced mathematical principles are. I know that feels like heresy to say it, but it's true. And of course, the Mendelians, that's going to lead to the whole bunch of cool stuff emerging. You know, all that stuff from the Human Genome Project, 23andMe, all that kind of cool stuff. That's all going to rely on information that was acquired by looking at Mendelian patterns of inheritance. So they're all important. So you see my point here is that it's not black and white. You can't say one group is wrong and the other is right. There's a little bit of everything from there. But I also pointed out that there was an overreaction, a really serious overreaction by the Mendelians, and a little bit too much enthusiasm for Mendelian genetics. So let me give you some examples of that, because there was this early pattern of trying to fit everything into a Mendelian model. For example, eye color. Who knows how eye color is inherited? Yeah, you gotta know a lot of stuff to figure that, because it's complicated. But that didn't stop the Mendelians in 1907. Davenport, by the way, is a horrible person who was one of the early promoters of eugenics in the United States. Not one of my favorite people. But anyway, he came out with a paper and he says, eye color is the product of a single gene, and brown is dominant to the other colors. Oh man, that makes it easy. That's how we can predict. This still goes on. For decades after this, genetics textbooks were publishing this, printing this story that eye color was caused by a single factor, and that there were a couple of alleles, but that's it. Just a couple weeks ago, I got email from somebody who was asking about this, and he was saying, but it's true, isn't it, that two brown-eyed people cannot, two blue-eyed people cannot possibly have brown-eyed children, which is not true. They do. Why? Because further research, oh man, it's complicated. What we know now is that eye color is primarily the product of two genes. So there we are already getting out of the simple Mendelian model. So there's OCA2 and HERC2. But there are all these other genes that also contribute in subtle ways to eye color. We got something called ASIP, IR4, et cetera, et cetera. I won't go through all the acronyms. But yeah, get into the literature and it's bewildering. They have all of these little subtle nuances that they add to eye color. I mean, seriously, all you got to do is go to the makeup counter at any of the department stores and look at all the colors they have got there that people apply to their skin. We are very sensitive to these things. They're very complicated. So right away we see an exaggeration of the importance of Mendelian inheritance. Here's another, I talked about this a couple of years ago at Skepticon. So I'll just mention it briefly. Several years ago, there was a flurry of interest, especially in the tabloids, where they were saying, oh, hey, look at your fingers. That in men have stubby little short index fingers, and women have long tapered index fingers, and you could have this simple ratio of the length of your index finger to the length of your ring finger, and that would tell you all kinds of, I know, look at all you people looking at your fingers. Yeah, this was kind of thing that people who like to read horoscopes love to see, right? So yeah, we can just look at our fingers and we determine what our sex is, and then they were saying things like gay men have long index fingers like women. And if you're bisexual, oh, your index and ring fingers are probably about the same length. Okay, I just want to tell you, don't believe it, all right? It came out of some work. Here's the raw data from this. This is a set of measures. It's the ratio of the length of the index finger to the ring finger, and they publish the distribution. This is classic biometrician sort of stuff. Let's look at the range of possibilities here. And look, there on the top is the ratio for females, and then the second one is the ratio for males. Do you notice that they kind of overlap? There's a statistically significant difference that can be detected if you sample large numbers of people, but it doesn't apply to individuals. So again, stop looking at your fingers. It's not going to make a difference, and you shouldn't let your finger length determine who you marry anyway, right? But that's kind of irrelevant. So yeah, so they come up with these measures, and yeah, the ratio for men of index finger to ring finger was 0.98, so roughly the same. The ratio of index finger to ring finger for women is 1.0. Yeah. That's the magnitude of the difference we're looking at. So this is what I mean by there's kind of an overreach by the Mendelians. And I saw it all over the place. You know, if I open up my textbook, my genetics textbook for my class at home, and look at the problems, they still have problems where human eye color is treated as a simple trait, where coat color in mammals is treated as a simple trait. It doesn't work that way. So this is a problem. We got this going on all over the place. Okay. This in itself, though, you might say, well, okay, so there's, again, Horoscopes. People don't die over horoscopes, not usually. Why should we worry about these silly games that some people play that are over-representations of what Mendel said that no reasonable science would accept? It's stuff of the popular press. But just keep in mind, States from about 1920 to 1940 was the world center for studying eugenics. That we had all kinds of stuff going on in this country that we try to forget right now. For instance, we had sterilization programs in the United States. We had a lot of people, both Mendelians and biometricians, going out there and saying feeble-minded people ought to be sterilized, that we ought to look at the ancestry of these people. And if you've got a series of generations where you got these low lifes and this riffraff and these horrible people that aren't accepted in polite company, we ought to just get it over with. We ought to sterilize them. Some countries went a little farther and said we should kill them, but we didn't quite get to that point, fortunately. But yeah, there were sterilization laws where people were being quietly taken aside and snip, snip, getting sterilized in hospitals. And that included, oh, look at, there's Missouri in there. What? Missouri couldn't possibly be that regressive, could they? Yeah, they were. Okay, they were pretty bad about it. Minnesota, where I come from, is even up there. So yeah, this was a big problem, and it was largely because people took these simplified versions of how inheritance worked, and they tried to apply them to individual people. And it was terrible then, it's terrible now. It sort of ended in the roughly 1940s, 1950s for some reason. Can't imagine why. But when they saw somebody actually applying these rules, it was so horrific that we had a bit of a revulsion from it. Yes? 1979. Yes, we still kept these laws in the books for many years afterwards. And it wouldn't surprise me if there aren't states right now that still have these on the books. They're disgraceful. Yes? Are they? She would not be surprised at all. These ideas have such popular force that they just keep going and going and going. As I said, I still get email from people who try to impose the simple Mendelian properties on human inheritance. And I bet you Jay does too. Okay, so what do I blame for this? This is the idea I really detest. And it's a very common one. It's this idea of genetic determinism. I had to put it in creepy font to try and get across. Don't accept genetic determinism. Genetic determinism is bad, yet so many people think this is the way inheritance works. So this is just the idea that physical and behavioral phenotypes are specified almost exclusively by the genotype. If you go back earlier in the century, many scientists were actually endorsing this idea that, hey, you got one trait, it's associated with one gene. That's where we get this idea that eye color, for instance, would come from the properties of one gene. There was lots of arguments along these lines. I talk about Beadle and Tatum in my class who did this really groundbreaking work. Their hypothesis was that each gene specified an enzyme. And again, that's not pernicious in itself. It's not racism. It's just a very incomplete idea of what a gene is. So we got people, these kinds of things, that when you look at somebody, we can look around this room and look at people and we say, oh, I know what your genes are. No, you don't. Nobody does. It's so much more complicated. There's so many interacting genes that you simply can't do that. But still, genetic determinism led to all these things. It led to things like eugenics, IQ heritability. Oh, that one's still going on, isn't it? We had a president who was pushing this idea. that that IQ is something that's fairly simply inherited, that if your uncle was a professor at MIT, you must have a really good brain too. It's not true. That's not how it works. It led to all these ideas of scientific racism, that we can look at black people, we can look at white people, hey, there's a difference there. Their genes are so different. This is where the problem comes from. And of course, this whole idea that gender is fixed. If you've got the inheritance of the female or male genetic characteristics, well, you're definitely either female or male. You can't be something in between. You definitely can't change. You have to ignore the variety of complex factors that go into making up sex as well as race. Okay, so this is, to sum this up, I'm on social media. It's a horrible thing to be on social media, but that tweet on the left captures the sense of it. So he says, every single scientist I know, sex can't be called a binary because we know it exists on a broad spectrum controlled by gene expression. Yeah, it's a complicated thing. But then you talk to the transphobes and they say, excuse me, but when I was 8, someone told me about X and Y chromosomes. Case closed. That's it. That's all there is. We also have this attitude on the right. People whose all of their core beliefs are at odds with the scientific consensus on literally everything. This is everything. This is gender. This is race. This is evolution. Everything. They are disagreeing with the scientists, and their comment is, how could all those scientists be so wrong? Yeah. I'm sure any of you who are scientists here who go on the internet know this feeling. Who are all these idiots, and how did they get the idea that they're so smart? I don't know. Okay, just to conclude that, I want to throw in one last thing, because a good friend of mine, Adam Rutherford, who's a brilliant scientist, brilliant writer, he wrote a little piece about Mendel, just published last week in The Guardian, and it's basically my talk all in one short article, so I'm kind of embarrassed. Anyway, he wrote that we should know our own history. We teach a version of genetics as easily simplified to the point of being wrong. The laws in biology have a somewhat tricksy tendency to be beset by qualifications, complexities, and caveats. Biology is inherently messy, and evolution preserves what works, not what is simple. In the simplicity of Mendel's peas is a science which is easily co-opted and marshaled into a racist, fascist ideology, as it was in the US, in Nazi Germany, and in dozens of other countries. To know our history is to inoculate ourselves against it being repeated. And I would just say that in one sentence up there, hey, I should have just gotten up here and said this. We teach a version of genetics that's easily simplified to the point of being wrong. This is true. It's the problem. So I hope all of you are now aware. If somebody tries to give you a simple, pat answer to how genetics works, you can tell them, how could you be so wrong? And just shut them down, because that's our problem. All right, I think that's enough. I'll stop there. Lauren told me I'm not supposed to open the door to Q&A. How much time do I have left? Maybe none. Oh, hey, look at there. I got a few minutes. So if there are questions, I will flout Lauren, and I will answer. Yes?
You've probably heard about the explanation behind the black light idea from Sam Harris.
Oh, no.
I have an uncle who's a psychologist, and he explained to me that the reason there isn't actually there is no gap is because the data people taking the test is people who actually have a deep in their idea. But do you know where Sam Harris gets the idea that there is an IQ gap, like people at some biologically superior to that low?
Where does he get it's because Sam Harris is an avid reader of the racist literature. Yes. Oh, yes. So the question is, where did Sam Harris, smart guy and all that kind of stuff, get this idea that there's an IQ gap? Where does that come from? And my answer is that when I listen to Sam Harris, I am listening to a guy who is really steeped in racist literature. He's good buddies with Murray. Yeah, so that's one problem. He seems to have accepted a lot of things that Watson argued for. Yeah, I bet you he knows Jensen's papers inside and out. That there is this long-lived, horrible literature of people who are saying that, for instance, we gave an IQ test to Africans, and the average IQ of an African is 70. That's in the literature. There are tables of different countries and the average IQ of the people in those countries, and it's total bullshit. It's a few people who are making these arguments, these self-serving arguments to justify their beliefs in the inherent superiority of white people. Sometimes it's a little more nuanced than that. They'll say, oh yeah, Asian people are really studious, right? So they say they're smart. They're just not as assertive. They're not, James Watson told me this himself. He said, okay, yeah, they might be really book smart, but they don't have the inherent ability to be ambitious and proceed and so forth that us white people, in Watson's case, he said specifically the Scots-Irish people, because he's Scots-Irish, of course. It always works that way. So yeah, that's where it's coming from. That answer the question? Yeah. More or less, yeah. Yeah, really, Sam Harris is not a reliable source of information on much of anything, I'm sorry to say. Anyone else? Maybe time for one more quick one? There are no quick ones here. Yes? Oh, that's a good question. Yeah, so what are some good authors to read about how genetics works? I can give you a couple of one right here, Adam Rutherford. He's got a number of really good books. He's got one called How to Argue with a Racist, which basically goes through all this stuff and says why they're wrong and why we're right. Otherwise, Carl Zimmer. It's huge. It's a great big thick book. What was the title again? Something about his mother's laugh. Yeah. Anyway, look it up. Look up Carl Zimmer. He's got some good stuff out there. Much more nuanced take on all of these ideas. And generally, if you read the scientific literature, the kinds of stuff that the racists are promoting just doesn't get very far. And maybe part of it's my selection criteria for who I'll pay attention to on Twitter, but when I read Twitter, I'm just floored by all the people who are sitting there happily tearing apart racist arguments. You just got to follow the right people. Yeah, and maybe I won't name names right now. I understand, Lauren, that we're shy about getting sued. But yes, if you want to talk to me privately, I can give you some names of people you should not be reading. Okay, I guess I'll let it go at that point. All right. Now you can yell into the microphone.
Yes. Panel at 1 o'clock. It's not about the Emu War, like Ben would have you believe. Or is it? You'll only find out if you come back at 1 o'clock. All right, thanks. Break time.
Test, 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 test. Mic check, test.
These are on.
Hello. Okay.
You're doing that. It's all of a sudden.
I'm getting my questions ready for you.
Kevin's, I think.
It is mine, yes. Thank you.
Look at you causing a OSHA violation already.
No.
Only been here 2 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Debbie said she may have
I'm
questions.
blue and blinking.
Yeah, you have to hold down for 2 seconds.
2, 3.
Oh, okay. You had to hold it down to.
Ooh. Ooh, I can hear myself.
Debbie's writing down questions for the panelists, and she says if you're not doing good, she's going to push you off the stage and just go.
That is how I die.
Such a rabble rouser, Kevin. My goodness,
No,
I
I just
love
said
it.
I had questions for, I did have questions I wanted them to answer about things. So I have questions.
Violence. And skip.
I'm just gonna really quick. As moderator, I get to control that.
Yeah, you do. Sure is. It'll hold. We should slide 2 feet that way.
What'd you say?
Maybe it doesn't matter too much. Should we, like,
Oh, yeah. Let's look around the podium.
yeah.
Are you not on camera?
No, I'm on, like, the camera wasn't what I was worried about. Audience, but it's fine. They don't need to see me.
I can shift this back a little.
I don't need to see them.
They got you on screen, too.
They got me on screen.
There we go.
That's right.
Oh, look at that.
This is a weirdly heavy podium.
It is good how little it is. Oh no, your shoe.
Yeah, that keeps happening. We
Sounds so
persevere.
defeated.
That goes on here, but it came off. Why won't you let me crib off your notes? Ooh!
It's actually fun.
It's also the best lesson learned. Hot mics.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Amanda, how's your day going? Do you have a good vacuum? One of the best investments I ever made in my home was getting a good vacuum. Okay. Well, if he does most of the vacuuming, we should just make him do all of the vacuuming.
I think he's just messing with the
I think so.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go with it. Look at
Our captioner is spicy. I like you, Amanda. Can we be friends in real life? Yes.
Okay, I feel really left out. I'm gonna see what it is, too.
Oh, I'm Ben Sweater Vest. And as with all things, I'm a Minnesotan, so we'll try and convince you to move to Minnesota. It's great.
You're from Minnesota.
I am. I would never move back. Never.
I liked Minnesota.
It's
Wait, one last question, Amanda. Are you in the part of New Mexico where they do the chili peppers?
and then passive aggressive.
Oh God, I hate that.
Yeah, I can't do it. I prefer aggressive.
I think too, they're passive aggressive and they think they're friendly.
Well,
which is
there's like a
worse.
town. Okay, apparently there's.
It's really bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
It's
Maybe it's the whole section.
Anywho,
We're good.
thank you for playing with us, Amanda. I'm getting a signal from Lauren. Let's do it. Woo! Welcome to today's panel, Lessons from the Great Emu War, a family perspective. Now, who among us has been affected by the Great Emu War? Many of you need to Google that. It's very funny. Long story short, the emus won. Much like the emu, we too have a long and arduous battle that we must succeed. With me today are three fantastic organizers who, much like those brave and victorious emu generals, will lead us to victory!
Indeed.
I will now let them introduce themselves, beginning from me to the left. Debbie.
I do the same thing.
to the east. Hello, I'm Debbie Goddard. I work at American Atheists as the Vice President for Programs.
Now, I will be giving a little bit of commentary on each one of the speakers or their organizations. So I met Debbie at Skepta 3 or Skepta 4, I don't remember which. And Debbie was wearing a sweater vest. I was also wearing a sweater vest. I said, "Hi, you're wearing a sweater vest. Can we be friends?" Debbie said yes, and it has now been 10 years.
It's a true story.
We are both better for it. Kevin.
I'm Kevin Bowling. I'm the Executive Director of the Secular Student Alliance.
Fun fact, I came into the secular movement through the Secular Student Alliance. This is the first time I've met Kevin, because I have not been a student in some time. I'm old. Today is my birthday.
Happy birthday!
How old? I am 31.
Oh my gosh.
It's old. It feels old.
You wait.
Right.
Nadia.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nadia Dutchin. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm the Executive Director of the American Humanist Association.
This is also my first time meeting Nadia, even though we both spent time in similar things, but in different time periods. We both lived in Minnesota, and we were both briefly environmentalists. Environmentalism made me sad.
It does.
I gave up.
That is true.
But our brilliant Emu War generals will lead us to victory in secularism. Please tell me, considering the troubles, how have your organizations shifted? What are some things that you're happy about? Or what are your plans to better address this world post the troubles?
Just looking at you, Debbie.
Oh, no.
I mean, it
talked
doesn't
about
have
that
to be
yesterday.
Debbie, but everyone is looking at you.
Because you're lovely, Debbie. Because you're lovely.
The group mind has decided.
I answered that for a bit yesterday, so I figured someone else should go first.
I can go. So I'll start, since I think I'm the newest one here. So it's been interesting. I joined the AHA in December of last year, and it was a bit of a shocker, to say the least. Not in a bad way. There are lots of opportunities for the organization. I think one of the things that we're really excited about in the coming year is working across I guess, interfaith gaps and chasms that we have. There's a lot going on in the world, and I need to tell you that, we're losing our rights wholesale. And so we've got more in common with people outside of the secular movement than we think we do. So leaning into interfaith work is going to be really key to us, to our success in the next year or so. So we're looking forward to building those partnerships, but one of the most pleasant things that I've discovered in the last 6 months is working more closely with these folks, folks within our own secular movement. Apparently we didn't play well in the sandbox together for many years, so I heard. So we're doing that, and we're doing it really well. We just did our lobby day with American Atheists, which was really successful. We're planning a huge thing in the next 4 years together, which is still kind of embargoed, but working to deepen our relationship with young people in particular, given the fact that my background is in youth movement building. So I'm looking forward to really, really cuddling up with Kevin and the SSA and the camps and Go Humanity and all of the other wonderful young people in the secular movement, and really building those partnerships so that we can do our work together. I think coalition work is really, really important. I think you've heard that over and over again already this weekend, and we're only a day into it. But coalition work is what's going to make this machine go. And so I'm really, really excited about that.
And I've been with the Secular Student Alliance for about 5 years now. When I was hired, part of my job was actually moving the office. The board had already decided this and said, hey, we want to move the office. And so one candidate was on the East Coast, and I live in Los Angeles, so to Los Angeles it came. So the national office is now located in Los Angeles, but really the heart of the organization and the lifeblood of the organization is really the students. And so we have chapters all across the United States. We've always had a really strong presence in college universities, and an increasing, there's always been a good number, like a good handful of high school student chapters. But we've seen that really starting to grow in the last, well, minus COVID, but in the last few years. And then also the interest in middle schools. So we did have our first middle school chapter start in Utah pre-COVID. And so that's sort of great things to see, is that we know this younger and younger generation is becoming more and more active. And so the statistics, I mean, it wasn't that long ago we're talking, 1 in 5 of the general population was non-religious, 1 in 4, now we're almost 1 in 3. For students, we're almost at 50% of young people in the United States are non-religious. And so we talking about this generation actually could be the tipping point where we're majority non-religious rather than majority religious. And so if the trends continue the way they are, we hope to see that. But our chapters are really, they're involved on their own campuses. Almost all of our chapters look very different depending on where they are and who the leadership is and what they're doing. And we embrace that. We want them to be autonomous and make their own decisions and do their own programming. COVID for students, as with many people, was very difficult. And so the majority of our students, we know about 80% of our students come from religious families. And so when schools closed in March of 20, they oftentimes left their secular communities and their secular friends and the programs that they were doing and that sense of friendship and family that they had created, and went home most times to religious families and religious communities. And so we completely changed everything that we did in the national office and within a week, switched all of our programming to virtual. We typically didn't do a lot of programming nationally to the students, and that completely changed, and that's something that we're continuing to do. We will always, so we have some semesterly webinars that we do, and we have student meetings that we do monthly, and all of that will continue. We were very chapter focused, so individual student organizations on individual campuses and schools. And we also, through the COVID, realized that there's a bunch of students who don't have chapters or our online school, or in a community where there's just not a possibility to do that. We even have some homeschooling students, and so we're creating a platform now for individual students to be involved, feel like they have an online community, and then really sort of help them get active in activism and however they see that out. And also one of the things that we really see is our students are obviously separation of church and state is important, and non-religion is important, but they're also in women's reproductive health and LGBT rights and environmentalism, and I mean, just name the list of it. And our stickers at the table for you to help yourself. But to give you an idea of the things that our students are interested in, that's what we use to guide us. So yes, we're a secular organization, but we really let the passions of the students guide where we go. We're fortunate to have great relationships with many in the secular movement and a lot of local groups all across the country who help support the students as well. So that's super, super important to us.
I have a question for you real fast.
Yeah.
How many questions do you have?
I have six, intending to be fairly conversational.
All right.
As you know, I'm pretty good on my feet.
It's true. Yeah, I didn't want to recap everything I went over yesterday. If I did a brief overview, because a lot of you weren't here yesterday. Where were you?
Assume they are not.
So you're not. We're talking about what's been going on recently and what's coming up in the future. Mm-hmm. So American Atheists has grown a lot in the last few years, staff-wise and program-wise. And one of the biggest areas that we've invested resources and built capacity is working on state policy. The secular landscape, the movement organizations, the Secular Coalition for America member orgs, I think in the last few years, maybe motivated by Trump's election, I don't know, and some changes in leadership and whatnot, like in new hires, it's just like, let's work better together. If one organization is kind of doing this well and they've got 9 or 11 lawyers and this one has 2, like, we don't need to try to do the same amount of litigation work. So, for example, my colleague Allison Gill at American Atheists made a lawyer cabal with other lawyers from secular organizations, and they divvy things up sometimes, and we made a memorandum of understanding that for some of the potential legal cases that come in to American Atheists, because we have 2 lawyers and they have many more than that at Freedom from Religion Foundation, we send stuff to them, and we let some of the people who contact us know, like, you know, oh, you have this thing that's happening in your town with the police vehicles and God We Trust. FFRF does that all the time. They'll send the letter, they'll do the follow-up. They've got 9 lawyers. I don't know how many lawyers they have, but it's a bigger number than 2. Meanwhile, American Atheists is more focused on policy, making model bills, getting state advocacy teams together. That's a new thing in our community, like having committed networks of state activists who can push bills, but also react and also like pay attention to what's going on in their area based on their interests. We don't tell them, they tell us like what they want to work on, and we help them write testimony and, you know, reach out to groups and build their lists and things like that. Create relationships, partners, coalitions, so that's where we focused. One of our new positions last year was a state policy manager position to focus on this, to help train up our grassroots and whatnot. We also have a network of volunteer state directors and assistant state directors, not in every state, but it's growing. Sam McGuire, can't help but point, over there, who's tabling, is our national field director, so talk to her if you're interested in more information there. And Devin Graham works out of Tallahassee, Florida, doing a lot of the exemplary volunteer things that we like to see on the ground grassroots activists do. That's been a big part of it. I was hired at the end of 2018 partly to help develop our community and grassroots programs. And yes, some of that is getting people involved in activism, but a big part of it too is just like, what are the needs of atheists out there? Of course, things went real sideways once quarantine hit, because things looked real different for a lot of people. The tools we all, not just American Atheists, but atheists had for community support that we were used to, including just having in-person gatherings and support meetings, like everything had to move online, and a lot of people had to deal with situations that were challenging, and some groups haven't survived and some groups have been really effective at changing. So things are kind of coming out of that now, and we worked with a lot of different groups to help provide support and share information, and it was interesting to see all kinds of humanist and atheist groups out there do like making hand sanitizer to donate or masks. Meanwhile, there's protests and things going out there, and so we saw people getting involved in all kinds of issues that were happening in their area as like legit community groups, whether that be Black Lives Matter or homelessness and other issues, which was really exciting to see and a big difference. There's one other thing to say, and I don't need to say it right now because it just slipped out of my brain.
We're gonna time.
Something,
We do
community
have a
group,
bit of time
something, working together, something, advocacy.
Well, so I am
That's fine,
interested.
that's it, yeah.
Two of you talked a little bit about the niche your organization is in and moving into. I'm interested, how is AHA historically, what niche do you think you served, and what do you want to move into?
So I am new to humanism altogether. So I'm coming from outside of the movement, so my perspective is very different. When I joined the organization, actually when I was applying for my job, the movement is very talky. I don't have a better word for it. There's a lot of talking happening, and I think it's important that we have intellectual discourse, but I don't think that that should be the grounding of our work. It is not work at all, it's talking. And so that has been the basic tenor and tone of humanism through the AHA to some degree. I don't want to throw many of our chapters. We've got some really wonderful chapters that are vibrant and active, but that has not been the general case. And so what we're going to see, what you will hopefully see in the next 12 months or so, is you'll start to see our chapters move into a more active vibrancy. If we are not serving with humanism, what are we doing? We're doing it wrong. So we're going to be moving away from all of the chit-chat about the Enlightenment and all of the wonderful things that happened in the, when was it, 16th century? 17th? I don't know. Old people, very old people. Whenever it happened, it was lovely and it was wonderful, but it doesn't serve us today. Humanism is meant to lift up people. So we will be shifting into a more tactile and tactical organization where we're actually serving in meaningful ways and ameliorating the human situation. And this will not be performative by any stretch. I said we had our heads meeting in March, and I think I pissed off some people.
Not me.
I'm not
I loved
Kevin. But it's not performative for me. I'm the first Black woman to lead this organization. This is not performative. It affects my daily lives, my daily life, the lives of people that I care and love, that I organize with, that I work with, that I live with. It matters that we address social justice and that we address real, actual equality. But again, justice is not, a talking point, and it pains me greatly to hear people who fought for many kinds of justice in the 60s, and here we are having to fight the same fight. And sadly, we did not win, because here we are again. So the fight that we have ahead of us is really, really huge, but we can do it together, and we're going to do it together, but we're going to do it with a lot more people in the community who we are serving first, not going to ask for something, but who we are serving first. So that will be the change that you'll see, the shift from all of the very, very eloquent yik-yakking to very, very, very pointed action that will serve.
Can I add one thing to that?
Jeez.
I think it's gonna go over. As we talk about the grassroots, I did want to highlight there's not as much separation when we talk about our community groups. There used to be a time when a group would be only a chapter or affiliate of one of the national organizations, and actually a lot of national orgs had written in their affiliation rules, like you could only affiliate with one, because they're like, if we're providing you resources, we don't want you bringing in a speaker from a different organization who's going to make a pitch for membership, because then they're taking our members. Now we don't keep doing it. So it's like, everyone should get all the resources they can to be effective local groups where they are, and You know, it was a joy when we brought in Sam McGuire at American Atheist, for example. She had been running an AHA chapter, and it didn't matter. And she volunteered for American Atheist because that's when things had been starting to shift, where it was like, these are not exclusive affiliations. So our local groups and our activists and whatnot, like, we encourage them to find resources anywhere they can. And we talk about the different things that they do. They might be partnering with Go Humanity on some service projects, and what is the Foundation Beyond Relief Network called now? Go Humanity Network? I don't know. It was called something.
It is GBN,
It's still
or GHN, Go Humanity Network.
Go teams. Yeah, and it was Go teams, Go teams. So yeah, the partnerships look really different now
They're very
too. So it's like,
beautiful.
as we think about like service, we're talking about our same, not exactly the same, but big overlap in who the people are that we're trying to help support in this work.
Speaking of resources, we must consider the Great Emu War, as that is the touchstone for our presentation. The emus had few resources in comparison to the humans, but they were still able to succeed. What resources do your organizations have for local activists, state-level organizations, local organizations that you'd really like to talk about that we can take better advantage of? Speaker bureaus?
I'm not sure about speaker bureaus. We do have that.
We could also take a quick, as someone who's in many speaker bureaus and never gives speeches, you could talk about that.
We'll have to call on you a little more then. We have a huge social media presence. One, we have our optics are off the chart. It's absolutely ridiculous. So that's the one thing. One of the many things that we have. We also have a very well-resourced membership, meaning that they tend to be somewhat affluent. So we have some funding that's available. And as I was talking with my deputy director, Nicole, earlier today, you know, partnering them, for example, to adopt like an SSA chapter could go very well for an SSA chapter. You know, having someone in an AHA chapter sponsor an event, for example. So we have resources that are kind of out there in the world. We just haven't organized them properly. We are working on raising millions of dollars to grant out to people, and that is probably the biggest thing that I'm hoping to effect in the next 2 years, is bringing in that kind of money that we can simply just grant out to folks in the secular community, but also people who are doing really good work in the community, you know, around repro justice, you know, housing justice, disability justice, whatever the thing is. If it needs funding and you're a good organization and you can reasonably account for where the money is going, then we'd love to help fund you. So that would be it for us for now. But we have a lot of really great resources as far as, again, optics. So if you've got some ideas, you'd like to share them, we have a magazine, we have lots of places to publish things. Please send them to Nicole, who would be thrilled to read them, and we'd be thrilled to publish them out.
For this Secular Student Alliance, clearly a lot of our resources are geared towards and intentional for students. And almost everything that we provide to our student chapters and individual students is free for them. So we do tabling supplies and business cards and banners and yard signs, things for them to publicize themselves on campus. We do some grant funding for larger programs that they want to do on their individual campuses. And then we also have a scholarship program, which we have humanist groups and atheist groups who in a variety of cities across, or a variety of states across the United States, who are sponsoring those to help us with that. And so we run the program, and they then get to pick their recipients in their state and those sorts of things. And we love those partnerships. So we try to do that as much as possible. We also have a conference which actually just finished. We were really hoping to be in person this year, just actually right down the street at the University of Missouri, St. Louis. We will be there next year on June 16 through 18. So we negotiated that right before this conference started. So it's one of the largest gathering of secular students anywhere in the United States is when they come together. It's a lot of leadership development and really grassroots sort of development for them. But sort of a unique opportunity for them to get to see people all across the United States who are doing who think like them and are doing the same things they're doing. And for the students, it's really super empowering. We also will provide supplies and those sorts of things to local groups. So if they're doing tabling and those sort of things and want some stuff that's geared for younger folk, we are happy to do that. We'd love it when you make a donation after we send that to you, I will admit as well. We very much do that. And I think the other thing is somewhat, a little bit tangentially, and this was, I think, very obvious pre-COVID. There was, well, I think if you look at this conference, you know, SSA alum, like, this room is filled with them.
Out of curiosity, can we get a hands up if you were in SSA?
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
So,
Group alum, that wasn't SSA.
You
The
appreciate
other
it.
organization, and, excuse me, kidding.
I was gonna make us. No.
Those are earlier troubles.
Yeah.
20 years ago troubles.
We
And
had
then
good-
10 years ago, troubles.
But one of the things that that was really obvious with pre-pandemic, and over almost every single secular organization, there was an SSA alumni either employed or doing internships or practical, you know, those things involved. And so that was a great thing. And we very much look for, we know we work with Camp Quest, and so getting students from Camp Quest to join SSAs when they leave their campers age group. A lot of our students go and actually volunteer for Camp Quest in being LTs, so leadership within and helping them run that. And we really look that we want to be a bridge from outside of college back in those local communities and involvement with the national groups. So we have some fantastic students that we put a lot of resources into as far as leadership development, those sorts of things, and we want them to be activists in the future about what their passions are. And that can be lots of different things. If they want to be environmental activists, yay, we're going to support them in that. We also want them to stay involved in the larger secular community and be activists and be active in that realm as well. And I think that's one of the things we really look at providing to the secular movement. And I will make a side note on that. And I often, when I talk with groups, and I have also, Dottie and I have also had this conversation. When local groups, and when you think of your individual membership in your local groups and who comes to those meetings. So for our population of students that we work with, right now about 50% are male and female, and this is our memberships in leadership and in membership, our demographics in leadership and membership are very similar. So about 50% male, 50% female, and I will say the female is growing it will soon, I think, be a higher percentage. About 40% of our students identify as students of color or mixed race, self-identify. About 20% of our students identify as gay, lesbian, or bisexual. Another 5%, and this is growing, I think, as well, as trans or gender nonconforming. So when you think of our group and you think of a lot of the national groups and the local groups, there's a huge disparity there in what we want our students to see themselves and feel represented in those groups, and that is crucially important. And we can't do that alone. We need everyone in the movement to help create that possibility.
You're always so resistant.
I'm not resistant. I'm putting my thoughts together. I know there are a lot of old-timers here, so a summary, if you contact us at American Atheists and you say, we want a table at Pride, we want a table at a local event, we want to do a march and a rally, we'll send you a box of stuff. Everyone send you a box of stuff. We have rally signs and things at the table that you can see. We'll help give you some guidance if you're not sure what you might use or how to use it. We'll give you some guidance. We often ask for something like tabling at Pride. It's cool if you offer a free American Atheist membership. That can encourage people, and then we'll give them a free membership and send them a magazine and some other stuff in a card, and it's pretty cool. But also then they can march on the parade with cool signs, say they're atheists and have rainbow designs on them. We also are happy to share advice. Come to us. That's a thing that a lot of people don't take advantage of, but those who do, I think, benefit greatly. If we can't figure out the answer to your question to help guide you with the kind of collected years of experience that we have, because some things are out of our experience. We haven't dealt with everything that's come up ever. But often we know who else we can connect you with or talk to get information to help people in this specific situation they're in. So that kind of information, you might not find a resource on the website, but people do contact us trying to figure out how to do something effectively on the ground where they are, or to get their group to do something, to respond to something where they are. And we can often help follow up and, provide some information, figure out who to connect you with that might be able to help you where you are, things like that. There was another thing. I feel like the coffee hasn't kicked in yet or something. I did want to mention, and this kind of relates to the earlier question, when we talk about the needs of our community, one of the projects that American Atheists has done, led by my colleague Allison Gill, our Vice President for Legal and Policy, who was also hired in 2018, as a data collection project. Partly this is, actually she used to work for the Human Rights Campaign some years ago. She spent a lot of time before coming to American Atheists working for different LGBTQ advocacy organizations and led their data collection project. She also worked on the National Center for Transgender Equality's massive, influential trans survey in 2015, which I still see referenced in articles all over the place. And so coming into movement atheism, she's like, we don't have the kind of data that we could use effectively for advocacy when we can show numbers and impacts and effects on things. So coming from these other communities, like, why don't we do something like that here? And we did. We raised a bunch of money because it costs a lot of money to do big surveys. She was expecting we might get maybe like 5,000 responses to the online survey we did, and I was like, no, atheists really like giving their opinion. And they're like, yeah, maybe.
We love forms.
She was like, maybe we'll get 10,000. And I was like, I don't think there'll be any problem hitting these numbers. I mean, if our bloggers push it out, if the other national orgs push it out, we're sharing data, it's kind of co-sponsored. And the day that it launched, I think we got 18,000 by the end of the day, and they're like, no one could have seen this coming. And I was like, excuse me, the person who's worked in this community and knows how surveys have gone, and they're like, but it costs us $1 per survey, oops. So we need to cut it off early. And I was like, oh, well, you didn't tell me that, because I would have pushed more that there were gonna be more responses. So when we hit like 33, 34,000, we're like, we have to stop. Oops, we closed it. Our survey was really successful. No one could have seen this. And I was like, yes, atheists really love when they get asked about themselves. So we got a really big, like never been done before at this size survey with an interesting bunch of data, and large enough that we could slice and dice into some smaller communities or subgroups. Some we weren't able to hit well, like we have some data about like ex-Muslims, but not enough where we can say with confidence like big conclusions about ex-Muslims. The most useful thing, because it's a self-selecting survey, it wasn't random samples, it was like, hey, please fill this out, is comparing the different groups who took the survey against each other. So like, how did younger people respond in contrast to older people? How about people who have become an atheist more recently versus those who've been an atheist forever? Those in the South versus those in the North or the West? Which states said that they've suffered the most discrimination? What about black people versus white people and that kind of thing? Women versus men. And so not only did we put out the big main report, which is on secularsurvey.org, we've also been able to do, what are we up to, 4? We're about to launch our 4th specific population report. We've done young people, we've done black atheists, black non-religious Americans, we've done women, and we're about to launch in 2 weeks, 3 weeks, LGBTQ secular Americans, and see where some differences lie. The information is fascinating. Again, you can find that all on secularsurvey.org, but some of the places that were, again, interesting were like where the differences are. Abortion and repro was a top issue, but it was way more a top issue for the women who responded than the men, as you would expect. And seeing those kinds of differences highlighted, seeing how many people were interested in schools as a major thing, like secular schools being a very important point, and actually how few people were interested in like religious displays, which is kind of cool because there's not much we can do about those now with our current judiciary. So if that was like a one thing, it's like, oh no, there's a lack of alignment here, but it was good. But yeah, again, like being informed by that kind of information across the organizations, say like, this is where we kind of thought we were going according to this data we get from people who were able to take this survey with a lot of people, like, yes, let's go there. We see that that's where interest and need is. So that was another thing I wanted to mention. And as we talk about, like, hey, if you have ideas and bring them to us, yes, we like that. We like feedback and input and ideas. It really helps us to do what we're trying to do effectively, to think about different ways that we could do this, especially as, times are always changing and the tools that are out there that are available to organizations are always changing as well. That was my
Excellent.
Did I miss anything? No. Webinars. I was like, there was something else. Webinars. American Atheists has been doing training webinars for our local group leaders and state directors. And basically, when the quarantine started, it was a month before our conference was supposed to happen in Phoenix in 2020. And it was like, oops, we canceled a conference 4 weeks before it happened. That's hard. And so we decided to bring in like speaker events as webinar events. And I know AHA has been doing webinars and SSA has been doing webinars and social events online. And that's a good resource for all different kinds of people to get involved or to get connected better. It's been, our comment community for the webinars is hopping. It is really, really active. People are glad to see each other. It's a good way for people to come in. We just did a town hall where people were able to ask questions of leadership, and it was like really fun. And we're thinking of doing those more often. So there's also webinars as a resource and training resources too online. We're sort of sorting that out with the new website that we're working on, but there will be more training resources for community leaders and local activists online on the American Atheist site.
Fantastic.
Thanks.
We're about at our halfway point. So I have a fun intermission-ish activity. It's not actually an intermission, but it is a fun activity. So in the same way that emus are not negatively impacted by machine guns mounted on trucks. Fun fact about the emu war. We are not affected by our past strifes or hardships in our community. We want to continue to grow, and I've already noticed that everyone has talked about other organizations that do work that they appreciate, other niches that are filled. So we're gonna do a rapid style, say an organization and what it is they do, and then the person to your left will go next, and whoever can go longest gets a special prize.
I feel like that's the opposite of what we should do.
You want to go to the
Like,
right?
do you want to, just going long,
We have an hour and a half.
No, this is, no.
Well, we don't have
This
to.
is a chatty, it's going to be like 30 minutes from Kevin.
Well, so let's go with big organizations that people in the audience or people watching from home would be saying, oh, that's cool. I could use that.
In 60 seconds.
In 60 seconds.
No.
We'll go quick.
Start on the other side.
Okay. Kevin.
Yes, Kevin.
Sure. So I would say the Freedom from Religion Foundation, as we've already mentioned a little bit, has a wonderful floor of lawyers and who are super, super supportive of our students whenever there's a problem, but also for the general community. And so an excellent, excellent resource on separation of church and state and experts in that area, and super quick and lovely for that. I know she already had a little bit, but American Atheist and their state program is just kicking ass. And you sort of have to pull out Allison as well. Allison, their lobbyist and lawyer, who is amazing. So we're also collaborating with them. We sued the Department of Education. So they also are representing and Americans United for separation of church and state, while not in the secular community. Super supportive, always there to help, and things like that as well. I mentioned the camps already, so Camp Quest, which is always good. We, with Go Humanity, we actually do a secular spring break. So we were in Puerto Rico after Hurricane Maria. We were in the Bahamas after Dorian. We were supposed to be in Louisiana, but that got canceled to COVID. But we are scheduled for next spring to do a group where we take a group out and they actually do an entire week of disaster rebuilding and those sorts of things. So great group there. I was trying to think of something for CFI, but.
So my intent was one and then to the left. But that's okay. Nadia, go. Other
Kevin
orgs.
said all the things.
He did say many.
He said all of the things, honestly. I have had the most wonderful interactions with Americans United for separation of church and state.
Yep.
They are working on a document for students, as a matter of fact, for the fall, so that students can know their rights because they're being shit on wholesale in schools. So there will be a document that they're creating. We're going to be sharing it out through our channels also. But they're always so easy to work with, and they're so smart. And Andrew Seidel also was such a champ to come and speak at our conference. He's lovely, and his wife Liz is also wonderful. And to his admission, smarter than he is. He said so. I'm not saying that. But anyway, Liz is lovely, and love the fact that our attorneys together have a podcast. So Liz, Rebecca, Monica, and Allison. Called We Dissent. They film it on Tuesdays. That coincides with our staff meeting. We never see our staff attorney on the day of the recording. But they have a fantastic podcast. With
I had no idea.
the four of them. Oh, it's fantastic. You
great.
should absolutely listen. So it's called We Dissent. So again, American atheists are amazing. We love working with you all. Again, the lobby day was fantastic, and we thoroughly enjoy just talking shit with you because you're just so much fun. Just in general.
It's gross how much we love each other.
I
It's-
know, it's so much fun. We're like a family. Interestingly enough, the Camp Quest, I had a wonderful conversation with Sarah. It's really, really looking forward to working more closely with them, but also with Amy at Camp 42, which are the camps that are in the southeast part of the United States. I've not had a chance to have a conversation with her, but I'm looking forward to forging that relationship. And then again, as I say, we love you. What are we if we're not investing in our young people? And we're ineffective is what we are if we're not investing in our young people. So I think that's all I have. I don't
Debbie,
know all the people.
any others?
Yeah. Not repeat. Black non-believers.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Headquartered in Atlanta, Mandisa Thomas, who is on both the American Humanist Association board and American Atheists board, and has spoken at conferences and events and is willing to speak at anyone's event. She has a lot of great things to say. They have a network of groups. They have several groups across the country and a conference coming up in September that they're one of the organizations sponsoring called Women of Color Beyond Belief. It's going to be in Chicago last weekend of September into October.
Yep.
Check it out. I think it's their
It'll be great.
fourth conference. Third conference.
It'll be great.
Time.
It'll be great. It'll be great.
It'd be great, and you should totally go.
Also, like
Chicago.
secular women. Hello. Hello.
Yeah.
I was coming back around to that one.
Yeah.
Secular
Hello.
woman,
Secular
yeah,
women, hello.
Stephanie's here. And because we're in St. Louis, too, the American Ethical Union, which works really differently, their religion, a non-theistic religion, that sort of came out of Judaism almost 150 years ago. They have about 24 different congregations across the U.S. Maybe a third of those, half of those are like larger, old ones with big buildings and such. They tend to have an older membership. It used to be very, very active and a thriving movement 100 years ago. Things change. And they have some newer groups, and they have some younger people involved who have been working to make it be more active because there's, again, a lot of resources, information, interesting structure, and as we have increasing numbers of non-religious people, there are certainly people who are looking for a home, who sort of miss the kind of community that church can bring, who miss getting together in groups and singing with people. I don't miss that. So I'm kind of scared by that. I'm like, I don't want singing at my lecture. Don't make me sing. Old hippie songs, I don't get it. Doesn't make me feel good. It's either I want like drinks and karaoke or I want like lectures and activism, and I have a hard time when they try to mix them. But other people really, really, really like that. And if that's your bag, the largest of the ethical societies is here in St. Louis, somewhere.
Yep.
I don't know where. It's a cool building too. So the American Ethical Union is interesting to check out. They also have a very strong like social change, social justice commitment. They've been putting a lot of their videos online, different talks that run, like AHA, like a
Gambit.
huge realm of different ideas. And not everyone is an atheist there too, because they are a non-theistic religion that says deed, not creed, so it's more about the actions you take than your beliefs. I was thinking, like, there might be space for more people to get into that in the future as we see how non-religion evolves, where it's not necessarily atheism and it's not necessarily organized against dominant religions in our society. You had more to fill in?
I was going to do, I actually thought of this yesterday when we were doing the storytelling. And so this is my opportunity now when I have a little mic now. But just is just a nice little shout out and thank you to Secretary Woman. So when I started the position, I was not aware of some of SSA's past and history and some of the damage that it allowed to be happen to students. That just hit me. But fortunately, I had some good people who allowed me to call them, and who allowed to sort of share some information with me that I think allowed me to make some very smart decisions in our organization moving forward. And I also had to contact some former students and apologize, which was difficult. But that is something that we are committed to never having happen again. And I had a very strong conversation with our board about that as well. And so that's a commitment that we continue in this. And so I thank them for their sharing and allowing me in on an area that they did not have to let me in on. So that was very sweet. But I would say on a happier note, we last semester, spring semester, we directly reached out to 1.4 million students across the United States. And so we picked some of the largest college universities, public in the state, and actually emailed every single student on campus. Some we text, and there's a couple that we actually mailed stuff to their house because we didn't have email addresses. And we realized we're hitting religious students and non-religious. When you get the entire campus, that's what you do. But just a great, it was we took it as a very approach to normalize non-religion. And it's just one, we didn't want a lot of spams, because we want to continue to be able to do this. But really we use that opportunity, and then of course to educate about what we're doing. As we move forward into the fall, we're actually working with AHA and Black Non-Believers, and we're doing an intentional and specific outreach, which will probably be the largest direct outreach the secular movement has done to historically Black colleges and universities. And then after that in the spring, we're going to actually be hitting Hispanic serving institutions and going back and hitting some of the other big college and universities that we have not been able to hit previously. And this will be something that we continue to do, and the organization has not really done direct in-your-face outreach before, but very educational, and just really trying to normalize that and really find our people.
Go.
Humanists International. Woo. Do they count?
Yeah.
Sure. They're not part of the Secular Coalition for America because they're international. But Humanists International has been around since I should know this, 1952. Yes, because this is the 70th anniversary year, and I did math. So.
You did the math.
I did. They started kind of with the UN attitude of like the whole world coming together as a network. American Humanist Association was one of the founding organizations because AHA has been around since 1941, long time. And UK one, a bunch of groups from all over the place. AHA and American Atheists are members. I think SSA is an associate member. That's it. I don't know. I'm not sure. But the point is, we've gone to conferences, we've met some activists from around the world. The U.S. is in a interesting position, as you can imagine. We're very powerful. We have a lot of resources here. Sometimes we dominate the spaces we're in. We're not running Humanists International, but I am on the board. However, also, to be fair, we have an outsized impact on everyone, the whole world. And that includes with us sending one of our biggest imports of evangelical Christianity to muck up the law in a lot of other countries around the world. And that includes in Ghana, where organizations like the Alliance Defending Freedom have worked to implement new laws criminalizing LGBTQ people, which has resulted in murders and deaths and attacks, including on humanist groups, thanks United States, thanks ADF. That includes in Russia, where organizations like ADF have been working to help strengthen the relationship between the government and the Orthodox Church there. In Poland and other parts in Eastern Europe, other African countries, in places like Argentina and such, where they strongly defend laws criminalizing abortion, or in some cases push new laws to criminalize these things. And so the relationship and like American organizations working with international groups is not just because it's like, oh, it's funsies, like, what are you doing over there? This is what we're doing over here. But no, it's because we in the US have an impact all over the world. If we can successfully fight organizations like the Alliance Defending Freedom in the US, that has international impact on marginalized people everywhere. And so they're very interested in working with us and seeing us be successful here. We're interested in partnering with them and learning more, sharing resources, sharing information, learning more about how things work, as we also try to do better at organizing with different communities in the US and seeing different options that we have for how to do the work that we want to do. So the thing that we're excited in the future to talk about involves some closer relationships and partnerships and events working with Humanist International. I'm also hoping that we can bring in at least one or maybe a couple speakers from Humanist International to our next American Atheist Conference too, which will be in Phoenix in April 2023, April 7th through 9th. But the Alliance Defending Freedom is headquartered in Scottsdale, Arizona. And so it would be neat if we could have, even if it's via video, like someone from Ghana who's doing humanist activism working with LGBTQ groups, who can talk about like the new laws in Ghana that have, and how that affects people on the ground, like friends who've been attacked, you know, new laws that criminalize some of their activities. She does a lot of LGBTQ activism too, for example. So that's some partnerships I think that really, again, have an outsized impact on how things look in the kind of work that we want to do for change. Sorry.
Very good.
Sorry, it's going to take too long. Timer starts.
That was a bunch
Big
of
timer.
bummer. So let's all say something happy or inspiring. What drives you? Something happy.
And I do think right now it's easy to sort of look at what's happening in the courts and in our politics and just be, I mean, it's hard. But one of the things that is super encouraging to me is this upcoming generation and how active and how vibrant and how pissed off they are. And so I love being able to work in that realm and their energy, and we just try to keep up with them. And just like, what are you doing next? And so when, Roe happened, we were like, who needs a banner? Because we know you're going to protest. So we just had them shipped directly to them. So pick a design, here you go. But so their passion and what their activity is just amazing. And again, we just try to keep up with them. And that gives me hope for the future and where we're going as the United States and what they're passionate about. It's great.
I think for me, I encourage everyone to do what you can where you are. We're always looking for something wholesale to do, but do what you can where you are. Little things. If you're walking up to the store and someone is asking you to buy a coffee, get them the damn coffee. It's not going to kill you to get them the coffee. Get them the coffee. It'll make you feel good. You'll be feeding someone. Do little things where you can. It doesn't matter what it is and how small it may seem to you. It will be significant to someone else. So serve where you are, and you will feel fantastic for doing it, and you will have done someone a solid. So do what you can where you are, and that's the only thing I really can say is, we feel in this moment very disempowered because we're being disempowered. But know that you and who you are, and we know this, we don't believe in anything outside of ourselves. You're powerful as you are. Make a difference where you are in small ways. And don't miss the opportunity to do it. That's probably the only thing I can tell you is just do something nice for people and do it with a full heart.
That's inspiring. Thank you. Debbie?
I'm not good at this.
You're not good at uplifting?
No,
I'll give you a hug. That's okay.
I don't think my activism is driven by optimism. And I'm always a little surprised when I find activists who like need optimism and believe that things are going to get better in order to do activism. And I'm like,
How do
why?
you stave off burnout?
Oh, that's a good question. That's a different question. By thinking about how much worse it could be.
So it's bah humbug activism.
Yeah, and I'll give you an example. There have been 3 times that I know, like, recognized, acknowledged, like, I'm experiencing burnout. I don't know if I'm doing the things I need to be. 3 times in 22 years in this community. They were legit serious times, and I'm not saying no one should have burnout. I'm just saying, like, my expectations have been low because I expect things to suck always, and I thought we were all going to die in a nuclear holocaust by now. That's just like how I grew up. I was really like, oh, no one pushed a button. I made it to 12. Like, hey, that's cool. Unexpected. Terminator 2, man, that really had an impact on me. No fate. I just wasn't expecting much. My dad's from a certain era, too. Had a big impact. But I remember when I first got involved in this community, my first experience was in 2000, a long time ago. As a college student, I went to a Center for Inquiry student leadership conference and was like, what is all this? And look at these cool things that these people are doing from across the US and Canada. I had no idea. I'm gonna go back to Philly and start a group. And they're like, there's already 4 groups in Philly. And I was like, what? So I joined them all. And the next year in 2001, I went back to the summer leadership conference and knew the words that they used. I was like, I can tell you what secular humanism is. I know who Paul Kurtz is. I know who Carl Sagan is now. And they had a student leadership team to help run the campus outreach program. And no one ran for publications director. And I was like, oh, I do a newsletter for work. I could edit a newsletter. So I asked if I could just help out in that position. Y'all, this position was so much work. Plain text, like 18 to 22 page newsletter every month I had to produce that went out to about 5,000 email addresses around the world. And so I was collecting content for this newsletter, like, why did I take the one position that was like, had work that needed to be done? What a mistake. But I did it for a year, and they're like, wow, you could have just stopped. And I was like, I could? But I already said I would do it. But I found out there were campus groups in places like Nigeria that were affiliated with the Center for Inquiry campus program. And so I'd be like, hey, do you want to write an article for our newsletter, like about what your group is doing in Nigeria? And someone got back to me like, oh, you're paying attention to what we're doing here? That's so great. It's very hard. We just had an event on campus. A Christian group came in and beat us. You know, the campuses are generally the safe space for groups here. So like, it's not just a campus group we say it is, but it's actually a community group. And our major campaign right now is to stop people from killing albinos. And I was like, what? And then there was Adeyemi Johnson, who was now still doing humanist activism in Nigeria. At the time, I was at the University of Ibadan. We were friends on Friendster, because it was 2001, and MySpace, and I met him in person 10 years later, and we were like, hugs, oh my gosh, you exist in person, and we still stayed in touch. Now Friendster doesn't exist. But like, this was a response like, yeah, I'll happily write an article about this and all this work we're doing. We're helping build orphanages. We're helping provide these services. We're trying to get people to stop killing albinos. And I was like, ooh, and he's like, what kinds of things are you working on in the US? And in 2001, the big case that people were talking about was Mike Newdow suing over, I think it was Under God and the Pledge of Allegiance. And just like comparing those things of just like, you know,
I mean,
we're working on and I couldn't believe that someone my age, somewhere else, was doing this like amazingly hard work, putting his life at risk to help people based on these values that we have. And so there have been some issues that have come up in these 22 years that I've been involved of like, you know, is this skeptical activism? Is it atheist activism? Is it humanist activism? And I was like, what are witch killings in Ghana? Is that skepticism? You know, is it like the syncretism between Christianity and native beliefs, so like indigenous beliefs, so it's actually religion, so it's atheist active. No one cares. It doesn't matter, y'all. Like it's not that separate. Like these aren't separate magisterial. Like, so just thinking like that of like, some context for like the work that we do, what it means, and the context is not just the place we're in and the things we're fortunate to have, and yes, the challenges we face that are new and that affect a lot of people. We're a highly populated country, but also not just the place, the time span. It's not just about the now. Like we're trying to build structures and institutions that can handle what's going on now, but also what happens in 5, 10, 15, 20 years. An organization like HA has been around for more than 80 years now. And there have been atheist organizations, even in the US, 200 years ago. And what are they doing now? How have things changed? So it's always going to be like evolving and changing, and our moments change. There are some big challenges now, but when I faced burnout in the past, like remembering Yemi in Nigeria, and what he was facing and what he was still able to do with people, like would make me think like, I can handle this blog post, or I can handle this whatever situation most of the time, except for these 3 times. So that's what's inspired me.
Yay.
It was actually kind of positive. I mean,
Good.
I think that's the
Keep
most positive I've heard
Keep
from you.
perspective. Yeah.
you even have a smile on your face.
I think it's positive but not optimistic, if that makes sense. To be like, oh, because other people have it way worse, and it's not just me saying that, because I think we should acknowledge their challenges and difficulties, but just contextualizing it for me, and just like, wow, it's really sucky over there, and they're able to do it, so I think I can get through this. If that's optimism, I don't think it's optimism, but it's.
Well, you did turn it now. I mean,
It's positive.
It is.
Yeah.
I would love to open it up for some crosstalk. So, panelists, what questions do you have for each other? Debbie has a list,
'Cause
but
Debbie
I
has a
can't read
list.
it.
Oh, Debbie does have a
I tried reading her handwriting and just,
Did you not go to Catholic school for 11 years?
no. I went to a public school that did teach religion.
Cursive?
No,
No.
I'm slightly too young.
Slightly too.
I only had like 2 years of cursive.
Yeah.
I can sign my name and that's about it.
Oh, I just talked though.
you with the list.
I guess I can ask questions because then I'll talk less.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That'll be fair.
Well, I would say one good thing is we talk all the time.
We do.
So, our our organizations talk all the time. And so a lot of the movement talks all the time. And I think that has been a strength that has been coming out of the organization, within the last 5-7 years, has been a definite improvement in the entire movement. But go ahead, ask.
Okay, so there's an increasing number of non-religious people in the United States of America. We've seen the numbers, we've seen it go up. We know that non-religion does not equal atheism,
No.
right? And that's particularly the case when we think about younger people, people of color, and in my experience, queer people. So a lot of the growing numbers of the non-religious are people who are stepping away from traditional religion, traditional Christianity in many cases, and just, non-affiliated. In many cases, in some communities, I'm not saying the majority of people, but in some communities, for example, young queer activists of color, a lot of the non-religious people are really into other kinds of spiritual beliefs, like astrology and crystals, and did I mention astrology? And so I was curious how much you think our humanism/atheism/secularism requires a certain scientific perspective, or if you see trends going over the next, let's say, 5 to 10 years, where we would be more open to other kinds of non-religion, lived non-religion.
Oh, I feel like you were in my boardroom a couple of days ago. We were having this conversation after a staff retreat. Well, during our staff retreat, actually. You know, I think to some degree, those things for entertainment purposes are entertainment purposes, in my opinion. We're not going to throw away science, but also we have to acknowledge how science has harmed people in its rigidity. You know, you can't take fact or scientific inquiry and look at it in a vacuum. It applies to people in the world that we live in. And is it going to harm people or is it not? Having said that, you know, for example, we had a consultant come in and say, you know, hey, I'm a so-and-so and I'm a Virgo. And some people on our staff are like, oh my God, you know. But also, it's funny just because it was just funny. We have got to lighten up a little bit. The truth of the matter is we have to lighten up a little bit. We don't have to necessarily take stock in the ability of crystals to heal us or to change our mood, or that our star chart, I don't know about any of that stuff, but it predetermines who we are and what we do. I think we can look at those things in, you know, again, as entertainment, having entertainment value and leave it. But the beautiful thing, I think, is that, particularly for humanism, is that we have such a broad, very kind of amorphous definition of what humanism is, although it is the soft spot and safe place for atheists and agnostics, for us to be ourselves. And we're not going to argue with anyone in our space because it's our space. But we have to be willing to like allow people in and bring their, I guess, their things, their, you know, whatever little tchotchkes are in their purse, like come with it and let's talk about it. There has to be room for that, and we can't be so rigid that we don't allow for it. But I don't know.
No, yeah. I'll take it a slight step back just a bit further, is we actually have religious students who are members of the Secular Student Alliance because, and I think they're to express doubt, or not even like doubting like I'm going to leave the religion, just expressing like, does this make sense, or to have a philosophical conversation about your own religion oftentimes in religious communities is not a safe thing to do. Mm-hmm. And so they love coming, and our students will talk about any religion. They're more than happy to have that conversation. So they'll have those conversations, and we have religious members in the organization. And that we love that the students are open to that and creating that space as well. And whether they choose to leave the religion or not, or if they become more hardened, that's their personal journey, and that's fine. But I do think as we were talking last night, and I said, yesterday, and it was talking about, I think, religion and its hypocrisy and its current, all the things they're supposed to stand for, and all the things they really do to harm people with that same speak, is really, religion is doing more to create new atheists than our organizations ever could.
Absolutely.
So I thank them for that. Not that they're hurting people, but we're sort of in that direction. But I think as people leave, I mean, you all of a sudden have had this paradigm to believe in that you didn't have, like, it was just faith. You just had to believe. So when you leave that, I think you go through a process of like sort of coming out of that, and then, okay, well, is there something in this? And is it just entertainment, or can I get, like, I like this, I like the feeling, I like the community, other people are talking about their horoscope, so is this something I can talk about? And I think as they flesh that out, they're going to realize, like, okay, there's not a lot of power in crystals. It's a rock. It's a pretty rock, but it's a rock. So I think we'll see that. And one of our goals in the upcoming sort of years is really, we have secular movement, and then what we call secular adjacent. So those areas where we think there's probably a lot of non-religious people who may just not identify that way, like call themselves that, which is fine, about moving into some of those areas and just making, again, a bit more of that normalization and creating new partnerships and new allies with other student-y organizations that are doing stuff so Planned Parenthood on campus, and environmental groups and racial justice groups and women's, those sorts of things, about getting involved with those, increasing our circle of impact and influence. There was one more point, but I pulled the Debbie.
Well,
I'll come back.
I think the point is that our values are what ground us, and that's what's going to ground them to us and us to them. is our values, and we're going to align in our values. And all these other things, it's kind of white noise. I mean, you know, whether or not it has credence is a whole different set of discussions. For, again, entertainment, we have to have some joy and some fun in our space. We take ourselves way too seriously. I mean, for good reason. I mean, I'm not saying that we shouldn't, but whew, it can be kind of heavy sometimes. So those can be some of the fun conversations that we can kind of suss out together. But our values are what are going to ground us with young people, and particularly the religiously unaffiliated, the, you know, Black, queer, Indigenous, other POC, lovely folks out there who are not tethered to anything in particular. Our values, our activism, the things that we find joy and power in together, is what's going to bring us together.
Yeah. It's what we're doing, not what we're talking about.
Exactly.
It's what we're doing and the change that we're creating. I remember my other point. So why we have the humanist and we have the atheist. For young people, they really don't care.
Right.
Like, the labels do not, and I think that we have to remember those, like, we sort of have told local groups when we go in, like, if someone comes in and describes themselves as something else, so what? Let them do that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they're on their own journey and they're exploring this. And, you know, when we did our survey of our students, we intentionally, like, how do you describe yourself? Like, what label do you use? And we intentionally did not put, like, you could pick more than one, and that was intentional on our part. And most students, and it was like by majority, picked 4 of ways that they identify themselves. And we see that in the LGBT community, where it used to just be gay, and, you know, now it's queer, and, like, wonderful kaleidoscope of things that I never would have thought of when I was coming out.
You do have Tumblr.
So, I mean, great things like, you know, so there's, you know, just that and being able to explore that. And so the labels for younger people are less and less and less important. And as a movement, we need to be more embracing of that and not going, well, I know you don't do this, so that's, we're the atheists, so you've got to call yourself that. Or we're the humanists, we've got to call yourself that, because they're not going to.
What do you think?
I want to elevate y'all's voices.
That was slick. You're good on your feet.
This is a very
I-
good response.
I mean, like,
Very
to be
good.
frank, I'm a white guy, and, like, I don't have an abundance of power in the atheist community. Y'all's
Sure you
are the
do.
ones who's,
Sure, yes.
Sure you
well, I
do.
mean, more than the average bear, but.
You have as much as you want. So let's just say that.
Use the baton.
What else you got to be with your list of questions?
Oh, I don't want to be the only one. Do you have questions?
You
Do you want to bring up for discussion?
We were not as prepared as you. Pen and paper.
All right. Here's one. It sort of intersects with thoughts about the other answers that you gave, which were wonderful. What about class?
Oh, I cannot stand. I have an issue with respectability politics, like a huge issue with it, and it's rife within our movement. We don't talk about class enough, and the
Yep.
intersection of all of the isms in class, and how most things are actually really rooted in class more so than other things. I just wish it would go away, but it won't. It won't. But one of the interesting things that I think I've seen and that I've thankfully been able to affect change in is seating people who are from working class backgrounds in the work. And it doesn't feel good to people who've been privileged, which is, Nicole and I were just talking about this the other night with someone else, you know, when you've had all of the privilege and all of the power, and giving up some of it feels horrible. And so, like, this is the railing that we're seeing in the humanist movement right now. There's a lot of loud yelling from really, really affluent old white men in particular, and their wives. It's been very interesting. It's been honestly, it's been disheartening. I would expect better of people, but what do I know? Coming from a working class background of a union family, what do I know? But it's been really shocking hearing people railing against that, and I'm like, these are the people that do the work. These are the people that actually do the work in the world, and they're the people that we should be seating first and not last. And I loved the fact that at our conference, Mandisa Thomas of Black Nonbelievers spoke very, very pointedly about that, about the vulnerability that we've become such an insular society that we're not willing to become vulnerable with one another. And so when I said just now, you know, do what you can from where you are, part of that is being vulnerable, like be brave enough to be vulnerable, and be yourself, and see people for who they are, and see the humanity in people. We're not willing to do that, and that is how we are able to continue to prop up these class politics, is that we don't see people of different classes as people. How many, in the hotel, how many of the staff have you complimented or tipped very well or said good morning to? I'm sure clearly this crowd excluded, but in general, that is, you know, how do you treat the people who are working around you? How are you treating the people who are serving you? And are we serving them is the other question. How are we serving them? There's a whole lot around class that just rakes my, I won't say it, but anyway, it really bothers me, and I really do wish we would address more of that, because there's a lot of privilege that comes with that. And here we are. I mean, we are considered, even though we're working class organizers, we're still considered elite because we, you know, we have we have the platform, we have the microphones. So it's incumbent upon us and people who have social capital to spend it. So Mandisa said at the American Atheist Conference, you have, you know, social privilege, spend it. So, you know, we need to do more of that. If anyone here is in a position to command a microphone, command the microphone and pass it to someone who needs a voice from a different class.
You good with that?
Sorry, that was a lot.
Yeah, I just want to, I think the issue, and I think as a movement, we've been having a bit of the conversation about privilege. I don't even think the conversation always goes very well. And I think those who are holding on to that privilege and feel the loss, I'm like, what is there not enough of? Like, you know, and this is a side example, but it's like, you know, can't the police treat everyone the same they treat the white male? Like, couldn't that just be, like, that doesn't cost us anything, that just improves everything. So I struggle with that and sort of internally. But I think we need to continue to have this conversation about privilege, especially in this community. When we do posts about scholarships for Black students, Black non-religious students, you wouldn't believe the comments we get from this community. And trans students. But I mean,
An amount of us would believe it.
so I'm just like, you've got to be freaking kidding me. And you know, this isn't secular. You know, you're a secular group. This isn't secular. I'm like, this is what our students are. This is what our students are worried about. This is what our students are involved in. So it's freaking secular to them, and that's why we're doing it. And I think we just have to. And as organizations, I think we have to be less afraid and unapologetic about it and calling that shit out and just moving on. So, and there are some organizations and there are some people and some organizations that we will lose. And that's okay. That's okay.
And one thing I don't think people realize is that particularly the humanist movement was founded as a workers' movement. It was for people. It was not for the elite. And it was hijacked by the bourgeois. And that might be a guerrilla session for Sunday, by the way. But it's I think that might be what I'll do. But that is the truth. It's a movement for people. It was meant to serve people and raise up people. And it was hijacked to then give the elite an opportunity to do charity. Here are minions. Here are people, little people. Here's bread and soup. And they could feel good about themselves. But that is not the movement that the humanism was founded to be. And so we've got to reclaim that. We've got to jerk that back from the people.
So what you're saying is, much like the emus,
Indeed.
we must fight against the oppressors.
Indeed, exactly.
I saw so much disappointment on Debbie's face.
Oh, that's cool.
Do they have any comments?
What?
Do they have any questions?
Oh, questions from the
You
room.
guys have questions.
Yeah.
Ask
Don't make
away.
me hog all the questions of the other two people.
If not, Debbie has a list.
No, I only
we
have
have
more.
one.
So here I was thinking that we obviously created religion to serve a purpose for society. It filled a large role with a lot of moving parts that gave us a lot of things that we either needed or really wanted. Since we're looking at a world that could exist without the religion, those needs still exist, even without religion. In what direction do you see your contributions in the groups that you're involved in that helps fulfill all those needs? And more importantly, what needs in the future do you feel your movements can start addressing?
That's a good
Excellent.
question.
So just to repeat the question, you're asking how secular organizations can work to fill the gaps that religion would leave.
Yeah, but I wanted to address it more of not necessarily a gap in services, but it's really a need that exists that we created religion to fill. And so there's needs that are out there. They exist, and not just gaps that we try to fill in a cultural war, but they're more aligned to needs that charity is a need for our communities and society. Perhaps an explanation of our origins and our own original story. There's a lot of facets that religion has solved.
Excellent.
Regardless if it's good or bad or right or wrong.
So fulfilling the needs. Excellent. Let's.
Specifically future needs that
Yeah.
are not being addressed.
Well, and I think she went, that's a lot. It is. But I would say, as in the if you look at the United States perspective, we have subjugated the money and responsibility to religious organizations to do charity. And that's not necessary. We could have a government who treated everyone equally, who we all pay taxes into, who could be doing these things without the religious baggage and the religious discrimination that they are pressing through the courts. So I would say, start paying your taxes, and we don't need them to do that.
Right.
We can have a society that does that for ourselves without religion. One of the things that religion, I think, does very well is community, which is that sort of less tangible sort of thing. And I think as organizations, we have to be doing a better job of that. And for us, when young people are finding the courage to leave, to not tell they're scared to tell their families that they're not religious, they don't, and we still have students who, feel like they're the only one on campus, and I wish that wasn't a feeling that we had anymore, and so our job's not done until they don't feel that way. About being the only non-religious person. So we have to do a better job of that. But as a communal people, I think it's part wired in our DNA that we get together in groups and we find people who are like us and who think like us. And it's a core survival thing, but also just a societal thing that I think we have to be more attentive to. We had a student we had Ask an Atheist Days, have a booth, just have people come and ask you questions about what it's not like to be non-religious. Again, it's a great normalization. And we had we did it virtually over COVID because you couldn't have a table on campus. And we had one student new to us post one comment about it on his social media, and his parents called him up within 30 minutes. And this hit me today. I'm tired, and disowned him. And you'd have to take that down. They were paying for his school. They said they're stopped paying for his school. They tried to take his car. He's like, screw you, I paid for my car, I'm keeping my car. He went and got 2 jobs because he's like, I'm finishing school now. I know I don't have this support anymore. And I'm not going to lie and say I'm religious. That still happens, and it shouldn't be. And so we have to be there to find that support for those sorts of things. And I think building that community, there's a great thing in church and community, and we have to have a response to that. It's a little off your question, but he's waving 2 fingers.
2 minutes.
2 minutes.
Yeah, I think, to your point, Kevin, I think the community is the one thing, but also there are a couple things. Having people recover from religion, and so I think recovering from religion is a big deal. There's a lot of trauma associated with that. And with that, stepping away from religion in general disempowers. People feel disempowered and they feel a bit untethered. So I think getting people that grounding in community is going to be really probably the most important thing that we're doing. And we have to be very intentional about how we do that, and we have to, this is a very popular word among the young people, but we're gonna have to decolonize the way that we think about ourselves in the world. We've got to start pulling ourselves away from the Eurocentric respectability politics associated with religion and, again, with class and other things. How do we build community, and what does that look like? And what does it look like to center people who are not you, who are not me, who may not necessarily be college educated, may not come from two-parent households, who are suffering from trauma, who need more love and a little bit more hugs than the rest of us. That we have to be willing to triage people in that, and so we need to treat our movement as a place of respite for them, and we need to recognize what that means for us, and that means that we need to clean our house. It needs to be ready for them. We need to have the proper food and seating and space for them, and so there's a lot of self-analyzing that we need to do in this moment. All of us, we all need to get our houses in order to ready ourselves for a whole set of people who need us and who we need in the world. So it's a really good question to think about. You're like, how do we fill those gaps, and what are they? And I don't think we're going to know what all of them are until we get to a critical mass, like the tipping point where we're in like a 75 non-religious, 25 religious. I don't think we're going to know what those needs really actually look like, and hopefully we'll be together enough that we can support each other through it, because I think we're going to need all of us to do it.
Do you have something brief to add, Debbie?
Damn it. Of course you do. Why are you silencing me? Summary. Okay, number 1 of 3. I agree, and I agree. Yes. Actually, that was, the question you asked was my third question of 3, which was like, how much, what do the next 20 years look like? What changes are on the horizon, trends? How much will we look to be like religion in order to fill the social needs that religion fills? Yes. Is that the gesture?
Yeah,
I don't.
yeah.
Not this one. This one. Yeah. So cool. I'm glad that we're addressing. 2, in the very short term and immediate current moment, at American Atheists with our community groups, we've been encouraging them to be full communities by doing 4 different kinds of things to meet people's needs. Activism/advocacy, community, like social events, education events, and service of different kinds. That's ACEs. SSA called it CASE. Same 4 letters, and that's kind of an organizer/community building standard of like 4 things your group can do. Don't just do education, but fill it out by doing these things. If you're doing service, that could be broader community service to meet broad needs, or service within your own group of like, someone needs food delivered, they're sick with COVID, or, their child's in the hospital with cancer, like go help them, meet the needs of that and build that. In the broader scale, there has been like a lack of investment in community and civic institutions. People have stepping away from them in general. It's one of the reasons they're connected to non-religion. So, I think broadly speaking, the government filling in and doing that is why Europe looks different, why the UK looks different, why there are secular societies in places like Norway and stuff, because churches don't need to feed people all that the same amount, and churches don't need to meet healthcare needs the same way that they do here. So I do wonder, and the neighborhood I moved in Philly is like one of the poorer, very black neighborhoods with a relatively high level of crime in comparison in a city like Philadelphia. And like, there aren't secular organizations that are helping people there. The churches are the ones with the food pantries. If the city of Philadelphia had food pantries, the churches wouldn't need to have food pantries. Are there secular type organizations or humanist identified, let's say, and atheist identified organizations that could fill these needs? Is that what we want to see our future be? Maybe, but that's a long way off. So, yeah, the needs are there. Things could look really different. And like in the 20 years I've been involved, there's been a lot of evolution of our communities. There's certainly more service and support, and even seeing like the response to the pandemic and the increase in mutual aid and the growth of organizations like Go Humanity and coordinating and spreading ideas about how we can support each other. Like, things will continue looking different, but Also, everything's on fire with Supreme Court in-laws and bills and everything like that. And that's been a lot of the focus for the national organizations, because a lot of the support work that meets social need is done by local groups. And hopefully, as we expand our grassroots and community support, we help share ideas and encourage directions so that they can meet the needs of community members where they are.
Very good. We are running up on time. So let's do really quick. If you have anything you want to plug, your Twitter, Instagram, your org. Debbie?
Hi, mine?
Yeah.
DebGod on Twitter, atheist.org is the organization. Come by the table and stop by and chat with us, and my colleagues Sam McGuire and Devin. Oh yeah, we have free membership, so if you sign up here, you can get a free membership to the end of 2022, and that means magazines and a membership card. Yay, you should do it.
Kevin?
Nothing personal, but secularstudents.org, great way. We can't do what we do without people supporting us, and it's people like you who allow us to do free services for students. Our scholarships actually ends the 30th? Tomorrow. And actually, the Rationalists of St. Louis are one of our sponsors for that, and sponsoring for a Missouri student as well. So, and our conference, everyone's invited to our concerts. Our conference, it's very student focused, but it's also a lot of grassroots organizing and leadership development. And if you ever want to know what students are interested in talking about and what their heartbeat is, and you want to see the energy that's there, it's the great place to go. So that will be actually right down the street here at the university next year, June 16 through 18.
Nadia?
Yes, so American Humanist Association is I think that's our footprint everywhere. But I'm going to take off my 501c3 hat at this moment. I know. I'm also the executive director of the Center for Free Thought Equality, which is our 501c4 arm of our organization. I encourage each and every one of you to go there. We need to get our political hacks up. We need to get our weight up here, y'all. So if you will take the time to go to the Center for Free Thought Equality, feel free to join. Membership is free. You will learn about progressive candidates across the country. The only way that you will learn is by becoming a member. We also have a PAC, a Political Action Committee. So if you would like to place your money someplace so that we can fund more progressive candidates across the country on local and state and federal level, please feel free to do so. Again, that's the Center for Free Thought Equality. So I really encourage you to do that. We plugged it really, really hard at our annual conference, and we doubled the number of people that attended. And so we need to continue to build political power together, and I want to make sure to say that here. So please feel free to join us there. And then putting back on my C3 AHA hat, thank you all so much for having me. Appreciate it.
And then before we begin applause, I'd like to also thank our wonderful captioner. The work that you do is really, really hard. And then everyone streaming at home, I'd also like to invite Rebecca up to the stage. And right before we give the applause, thank you to all of our panelists. I'm Ben Smartervest with Minnesota Atheists. And applause.
Hello. But you guys can leave if you want to.
Okay.
I'm Rebecca. Some of you might have met me last night when I told my long rambling story about how I got involved. Won't tell it again. Come see me if you want to hear it. I have 8 things to announce. I'm going to do them as fast as I can so that you guys can have a break. 1, last night there was a key found. There's like a key fob for a car. It doesn't have anything else on it, but it's at the front desk. They know that it came out of our zone, so just tell them that you need the key. Okay, wasn't her. Okay. Okay. Still don't know who it belongs to yet. Okay. There is a matching donation that was given to us by an anonymous donor. It is for up to $3,000. And then they're going to get their employer to match it as well. So if you all get, or if we can just like get $3,000, The donor will give us $3,000, and then their company will give us $3,000, and that is $9,000 that will go to paying off our legal fund, which we still owe $18,000 on. So it's a lot of money. Please help us. And if by some reason we, get more money for the legal fund than we have debt, then it will go back into the con. Let's see. Sorry. If you pre-registered, I know I need to breathe. If you pre-registered, you're eligible for a prize, randomly chosen. It will be announced at about 9:30 tonight at prom. We are doing a quilt project that goes along with our family reunion, family theme. If you go into the activities room, on the counter that's on this wall, there's fabric and paint and supplies. We would love to be able to have a whole bunch of fabric squares to make into this quilt, which we will then raffle off next year. And you can make more than one. When you're done with it, just take it to Lois. She will store it while it dries, and then we'll do the thing. Speaking of Lois, go see her. She has, not only do we have the merchandise that, like past year merchandise that is on a fire sale, we also have the Skeptishop merchandise, which is our Etsy store. Not all the items that are on the table are on the Etsy store. They are exclusive to SK14. Anything that's left will get added to the Skeptishop when I get home and after I recover. But exclusive purchasing here. All of that also goes to legal fund. If you are a $100 donor, also known as the Super Skepticon ticket, I can't remember what Lauren named it. It's some random, not $100 donor prize. Something, whatever it was, if you gave us $100 when you registered for Skepticon through Eventbrite, the Skepta Attic is now open for you to go peruse and rummage through and pick the thing that you want. Go see Lois, she also has that. If you are a Dino Club member, which is our regular monthly donors, and if you're not, we encourage you to become one. And if you become a Dino Club member at Skepticon and make your first donation at Skepticon, you can pick from the prizes. You can receive a Dino Club prize, which I promise will be done sometime today and delivered to you. I'm sorry for the wait. Rebecca's a little behind on things. And the last thing is, the next session is at 2:45. I don't know what time it is. You probably have like 1 minute left. 5 minutes? You got 5 minutes. Go.
Yay!
and potatoes have in common. They exist in the world and they make people happy. But not everybody. Okay, we have sound. Yay! Okay. Potatoes. All right, we are set. I muted again, but
Okay.
he's running a little bit. Oh, that'll be better. Okay. Uh,
What?
just volume.
Oh, sorry. Pushing on buttons.
What are you watching?
Just a random clip of something.
Mhm. Okay, people are filtering in, waiting for Lauren to introduce me.
Okay. Can you see the room?
No. It's also, I remember this from the last time I did this. It is weird giving a live talk when you can't see or hear the room.
Yeah, I can see that. It's like hard to believe that there's actually people there.
Mm-hmm. All right, Lauren is walking to the stage, so it'll be soon.
gonna slide right off this couch and some seat.
Mhm. Okay, I am live. Everything with the sound, we're good? Just checking, testing, blah, blah, blah. Hi, everybody. It is so good